Hello plants, thanks for the follow. We'll be starting in just a moment there. I'm just getting a good fresh cup of tea because the kettle's just popped there and we will begin stream. Well folks, and we're good to start there. Thank you for your patience. What in the nine was I doing? Ta-da. I had. You're healing. I don't know anyone in here. There's a number of people I haven't met in here. That line's done. Let's go with this one. Since I'm in the hospital anyways. Whoa. Are you loaded yet, friend? Today is going to be a fun day, apparently. Oh yeah, no, tiny ones. Let's see if I can't fix that real quick. Oh yeah, no, the browser having a fit today, which is weird because it didn't do that last time. Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah. That is a terrible map. Ooh, wrong way. Where was that right click? No, that's that. Oh, the helmet? And to Dr. Strickland.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal...
Thoreau secretly exposes his patients to an experimental medication for the Spanish flu.
ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
Let's see.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
Don't you think we have enough work already? Perhaps now is not the best time to be chasing shadows.
Chasing shadows, really? It's funny those words coming from the only doctor here who has spent more time outside this hospital than in.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
No, what I meant by saying that. However, that
I
works.
can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
What? Hmm? Yes. Prevent disease. Careless spitting, sneezing, coughing, and spreads influenza. Spread by droplets sprayed from the nose and throat. Do not cough in public. If you must, wear a mask. Glorious. Ooh, piece of candy. Permanent vacation. I believe I have all that. Bring it all to your medical desk. Alright. Sodium hypochlorite, potassium permanganate, and ferrous tartarate. Right. Nice. That's like Lidstone. It's cumin, cleaning, a little extract. Whatever. Now I need good kind of buds. Let's see, that was 54. And that's one close to this stuff. I could upgrade that. Firepower, incendiary damage, chemical damage. Oh wait, this one stuns. Which is the only reason why I'd use it. I mean, that would work. Yeah, I'd go with shock points because I'd be using these for... Basically, yes. Oh, nice. Perk. Okay, those are downstairs, I think. Well, it is in here. I guess this would be the medical desk?
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Ackroyd. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Bring the medication to the road, throw to Dr. Ackroyd.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
No.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Much.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
I know that you're a busy man, but I could use your help and advice.
The great Dr. Reed honors me with a request. What is it exactly?
Dr. Strickland devised an experimental drug for the Spanish flu that he asked me to manufacture.
You know what I think of fringe medical experimentation?
That's exactly why I want you to keep the result, Doctor. I made sure it won't harm anyone, but I'd like you to take care of it.
I see. Put it in my cabinet. I'll give you the key. I'll make sure no one uses this medication by mistake.
I'll do that. Thank you for your help, Dr. Ackroyd.
Thank you for your trust on the matter, Dr. Reed.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Waverly will not use regulations to depreciate Rose Strickland despite their rivalry. He is a good man.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Into the doctor's safe, which is upstairs and 20 meters out. Glorious.
It's locked. Now that Dr. Ackroyd has been warned, he should make good use of this formula.
Lord.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Shame, everything is locked. So there's. Mr. Goswick, Mortimer Goswick's medical file. Mortimer Goswick, male, age 23, followed by Dr. Ackroyd. Status, convalescent. Date of admission, 27th of October. Date of release, to be determined. The patient shows many signs of extreme fatigue and minor sores on the throat, mouth, and tongue, but no sign of flu. Refuses to speak, claims it is too painful, needs rest and healing of the throat mucous membranes before any decisions to be made concerning his release. Mortimer is not infected with the Spanish flu. Oh, there it is. Letter to Dr. Swansea. Pembroke Hospital, 14th of October. Dear Dr. Swansea, despite the actual urgency of the sanitary situation, I must inform you that a recent case of professional misconduct inside Pembroke Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan inside the Pembroke. Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan has been found guilty of undeniable unprofessional conduct, and thus guilty of endangering the patient. Under no circumstance should a nurse diagnose and establish a prescription without at least informing the referent doctor about her condition. You know me, Edgar. I'm not against personal initiative when it is to the interest of all, especially during a crisis like the one we are facing. But we cannot allow a nurse to perform a diagnosis and decide on a procedure to apply to a patient. The fact is said that a patient survived is no attenuating circumstance. It just means we dodged a bullet this time. I demand the strictest authority on this matter. Very respectfully, Dr. Ackroyd.
Isn't that the nurse Brandon who's like...
The one who's basically a doctor without being a doctor, yes.
It's just female?
Yes.
Yeah. Weird.
Considering the time, she's not had any proper medical training, unless she's been receiving...
hands-on training than probably these things.
Well, you know.
Probably get training as a nurse on humans.
Yeah. However, keeping in mind that they also have practical knowledge of everything, where she has to learn on hand, which would mostly be by experimentation.
She would be following the bus.
Yeah.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, Nurse.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackwell? She was the first woman listed on the UK Medical Register. Change is slow, but it will come. And you will always have my support.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
That is true.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Let's see. Bring the knife to the owner. And find the command post. So we'll do this one. Actually.
Hey, Doc.
I have found the gift from your wife.
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again.
That one's
I'll
done.
leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
When I get back, I'll have a word with Torg. He's really pissed me off this time.
As you do. Extract that one. Now that's in towards the city. Means... yeah, I'm going across the bridge here. Well, let's see if these guys respond or not. There we go. Glorious. This one. There we go. Man, no, you can very, very easily get yourself in a Vampire the Masquerade type situation in this game. The Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines game was notorious for if you didn't take the right abilities, you make the game practically impossible.
So much points.
Oh yes. Dang it. Oh yeah, no, that actually kind of helps. Problem is things like this, where yes, it's nice to have the record of having read it, however, because a lot of the time it can give world clues. 35 meters. Resistant to melee and immune. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, I did say we were.
I mean, yes. I mean, I could have done that one, however, it would have taken a lot more dancing. After defeating the other level 18 Blinker, I think I was a little bit overconfident.
A little bit.
A little bit.
It is resistant to summons and being fed on. Your main
Yes.
is shoot 'ems. Which one's in the base?
Shoot him!
Stun lock him.
Yeah.
I don't know if the psych counts as swings.
But he's only mildly resistant to melee. So I can sit there, smack him, stun him, feed on him, smack him once with the sword, and then back up. But I need to back up. Oh look, they want me to go back. Isaseno. That's highly unfortunate. Spot one fire. Yummy. Yeah, 2 hits. I got him down to half health at least. I got greedy with an extra hit. Yeah. That one isn't terribly important. So I can just move very fast. This one? One, two, three. You can hear the bitch from here. Ooh. 2, 3, and there's one up there.
Stupid thing!
Alright, I'm out of blood right now.
Die, leech!
Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to have to do a little bit of work before I come back up here.
Lovely.
Yes.
Yeah.
What else do I have that I can do there? I have... I go over here. I'll go with that one. That one is on the other side. And I don't see that up there right now, so... Sure, let's go across the front here. Bless you. Nope. Nope, right up here. Yes, we can eventually, however.
It's locked.
Sure, Matt. Did you just call for the police? Oh, that is so much better. You're a much higher level right now than the last time I came through. Yeah, it wasn't letting me stun again. And I needed that one last stun on. Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, no. Well, it's been 2 weeks, but yes. Yes, run towards me. There we go, much better. Yeah, no, upgrading this stake was a wonderful idea. Oh, yeah. Ooh, piece of candy. Yeah. So I'm going to go down to Southwark, which Southwark I think is a lower area than the docks.
This is no place for you, sir. Don't come any closer.
There's 3. I'm not dealing with 3 right now. Don't come any closer. Oh, let's see. There's usually some sort. Hold on, dropping down here a little bit. Cadet.
Did you hear me?
Oh, so.
It's mine! I'll take it! You fucker! It's mine!
Oh, I want to stack it good, but. Why no choices?
Fuck is fast!
Nom nom nom. As do.
Doesn't like fire, does it?
The audacity. The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. I believe this is right. Alright. I was a rat. I feel bad for the rat.
That's disrespectful. Well, you did it. You made that choice.
The decisions were made here by you, sir. Is this door locked?
It's locked,
This door's
all right.
locked. The window's locked too. I'm too much of a gentleman to hop in a window.
I missed through people and most all the objects. But this door? Okay.
It's not that I missed. It's that I move fast enough that it looks like I missed. And sometimes when I swing wildly, I miss.
You tell the shadow miss magic and her step. You don't turn into shadow.
Yeah, true.
It's an inch!
Alright.
I don't know where you were aiming, but sure.
Oh god, no! Oh my god!
Ow. That was my face, sir. Alright. There we go. Sir, sir. I'm supposedly moving faster than the eye can see. Stop this. I will stab you several times, so thank you. Box! Ooh, he's scared. Codeine. Ergotamine. I mean, everybody needs opium.
That last guy.
Mmm. That last man was greasy.
Maybe hair.
No, no, it's oil. This is where that level 18 character was. I have places for him to go, and things for him to lick. Right. Don't go to West End.
Deeper in,
Yes.
the other places that we can come
Oh, this gate has been huzzah. Eh. Hurt. No. Badly. Oh no, what was that? Cover letter. So. Don't think it's supposed to work like that, honestly. Hello, Frank. How are you, my old friend? It was good to see you last week. Next time, let me get the rounds in. I hope everything is okay on your side of town. Here in your old neighborhood, the situation is getting worse. Play is getting more violent every day, and the only thinking about expansion even when it seems that there are some new players around, trying to dispute our territory. The Wet Boot Boys are in a bad spot, I'm afraid. So I thought about what you said last time we met, that you never regretted leaving the gang. That the only thing you regret is never being able to put foot in the East End again, to avoid a good beating, or worse. Well, rest assured that you'd have my protection if you decide to pass by, and maybe we could talk again about new opportunities and job offers. You know I have always been good with numbers, so maybe if you need an accountant in your company, let's talk about that, shall we? Say hello to your wife for me. WBB for life. Old chap. Booth Digby. Oh. Oh. Booth has already tried to find a job, so he could just quit the Wet Foot Boys.
Yeah, so it counts as one item.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
You again. What do you want?
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know?
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Digby, for being very prompt with your presentation of yourself.
Without the wet boots keeping things straight, these parts would be running completely amok.
For looking away when they mock my color, I hate myself. For crying like a girl when they insult me, I hate myself. For swearing like a boy when they're gone, I hate myself. For hating my parents, I hate myself. For smiling when customers call me sad Brina, I hate myself. For never finding the courage to tell Tom how I truly feel, I hate myself. For Sabrina.
It's locked. Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
I'll leave you then. Good night. Hello, boy.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
Let's see. Anemia. That I can work with.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the wet boot boys and the communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
You should be careful, Rufus. There are things that lurk in the shadows of this city. Things that prey on the lonely and the desperate.
I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
So long, Rufus.
Here shows a mother. Feels like a mother.
Be careful. Take care.
There was another gentleman here somewhere at one point. He tends to stay around this house. You know what I could do? Yeah, this is the gentleman.
And every dawn another death.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Why must
Evening,
it
door
always
puncher.
be good evening?
I was just being polite. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Don't like questions. Or doctors. And the name is Seymour Fishburne, if you must know.
Fishburne.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Are you thinking about someone in particular?
Nope. Hate them all. Especially these petty, whining little shitbag beggars.
Is there no one who deserves your leniency then?
Well, Tom from our local is somewhat of a decent bloke. At least, unlike most maggots, he knows how to listen without opening his trap.
What's your occupation?
I take care of my mum. That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just want her to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Okay. He has a cold. So cold and anemia.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Now, where is... Apparently, it's on this block. Ah, there it is.
Pleasure, sir. Been a while since we've seen any new faces.
Let's see. One for cold, one for anemia. Pneumonia, sepsis, cold. It's just really hard to see. Yeah. Which, I mean, I can see it fine in the playback over on the tablet. However, yes. Yeah. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Mr.
I would
Fishburne.
like to shove something down your throat.
Do you require medical assistance?
That's something I didn't expect to hear again. A doctor concerned with the health of his patients. Yeah. I could use some help. On several matters, in fact.
I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing with, but it's a doctor's purpose to heal people.
And is it your purpose as well, Mr. Reed? I would say it's a convenient way for gaining people's trust.
You're not wrong.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Take it and go. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, all of them will. That looked like Mike. That was 10 shillings, good lord. Eat the box. Where are 9 ever living fucks anyway? There we go. Hello, Rufus. So,
Evening, Rufus.
I need to shove this down your throat.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
Don't give
A
medicine.
real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care.
To every night, a darkness, and every...
Good evening, madam. It's Dr. Reed again. May I come in?
You best come back in the morning, Doctor.
Only at night.
I'll leave you then. Good night.
Who do I have in this district? You're a 5, good lord. I could walk around with you for a bit. 2, 2, 3, 5, 4. Okay, so you're level 1. You're 3, you're 5. Let's see, you're 2, you're 4. I could walk around with you. Yes, but basically I need to find the ones. Claycox is a 1. Yeah, I failed one, yes. So start with Dyson, who's in the bar. So if I can get that up to level 2, that means I can get inside that house. Yeah. If I can remember where the bar is.
List of people have it all. Look at the ball.
It doesn't work. Unfortunately. Not reasonable. I can't door that door. Oh. That didn't do anything. Yes, that is the bridge. That's bridge gate. That means this is one of the houses, which means that should be the bar. Ah, thanks. Aluminum, aluminum. So that's Digsby. Digby. Which means this is the bar.
It didn't deserve this.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Oh, you're that doctor.
Uh, basically. Yes, basically.
Perhaps I should shut the turquoise for a time.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Oh, you're that doctor.
Are they stupid or something?
Apparently.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem.
And even so. No. Went for a nice short walk with the local drunk.
Walk it up, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Oh, you're that doctor.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist, and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
Dyson was impassioned, radical anarchist when younger. Anarchist.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor. Make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly. So joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
Another time, perhaps. I'm not sure I want to hear another sad story.
Yeah, well, that's why it was still lit up.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
You can stumble back. So I'm here. I'm gonna go straight down this road.
It explains so much.
Hypocrites, all of them. Maggots and liars.
Let's see. Anything there. Handle part. Plate, rod. Chains. Somebody's been sleeping on the shop. There's a lot of stuff up there now that I'm not being chased. Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't put it like that. So rats. Apparently there's an achievement for eating 10 rats.
You probably end up doing it, but yeah.
Mostly, yes.
Little box, a rat.
Let's stick. Apparently I have a... yeah, there it is. I believe I'm going... here. Over. Right. Let's see. Oh, that should be easy enough to deal with.
Sorry, it's easy, does it, boys? This one's mine! Fucking Christ! Back in the grave!
Patient. Let's see. They're in next room. Yeah. Lots of money, apparently.
It's locked, all right.
No problem.
I cannot enter.
I think this is one of the houses that you come tearing through.
Look lively! It's on us! Watch it! It's a killer!
It is? Where? Shooting wildly into the street, not worrying about actually hitting anybody's house. Because there's a safe house guy. True. Whoop. Hideout unlocked. Able to rest. Tasty. Still don't know what to refill all this. So that's
You
fine.
actually used your gun and you used the thing to refill the
Fair enough.
back out. But because you don't use your gun, there's
Fair
nothing
enough.
to refill. You pull it.
Yep, let's head over here. You know what? Yeah. Probably not. He's still dead. She's up and left, however.
Well, or they took the treasure from it.
Possible. Yeah, because she was originally sitting there. This door's not unlocked.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we go to 1, 4, and 3 in here.
Yes.
Best to kill it!
What?
Yep. Okay. Basically. Let's switch that back to the stake, because as fun as that was, should be somewhere around here.
Yes. The place has changed since the explosion, but it was definitely here. I should find some way to pay my respects.
Can't remember if and where you find the flowers. Alright, so now that I know where this is, let's see. That's you. Let's find the necklace. Where is that? That's up. Oh, that's up over there. That's fine. And this one should be over here somewhere. Yeah, that's around the other side. Yeah. Air quote dead. So there's one there. Apparently there's one down over here, which is what's caught me off guard. I must have gotten turned around. Never mind. Ooh, piece of candy. I'm not. I got gubbin out of it. Ow. There's one putting there for sure. So you're a dick to your friends. Really? Foundry key. Really? There's a key. There's a door in here somewhere that I can access now that I couldn't before. I will never know what door it is.
There's a whole round behind it.
True. Possible. Yeah. So I don't think it's here. Yeah.
This is no place for gentlemen. He's too fucking fast.
No. Apparently. One bullet. Yes. Things, items, stuff. Whoop. Hello, sir. He's dead. Comes around the corner. Bang! As you do. I mean, as you do. Seriously.
Let's pin it down!
Ooh, piece of candy. Laughing at the god. For more than a century, the god of Priwen has been a dissident faction of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Soul. It is important, as a divergence of opinion between our two fraternities are now well established, to remember what happened and why we shall. Oh, that's really small. And why we shall, alas, consider these former brothers as opponents and adversaries, and mock their laws of conduct. Kendall Stone, founder of the Guard in 1801, he was a former legate of the Brotherhood as a long-standing member of the Brotherhood Council. His departure was the result of an irreconcilable dispute within the Council when Kendall stated that the Brotherhood had to reconsider its non-violent approach to the study of vampires, and that the eradication of these immortals had to be the ultimate goal of our research. Since the terrible schism occurred, the relation between the Guard and the Brotherhood has always been difficult. The Guard of Priwen considers the Brotherhood as traitors and allies of their foes. While we call them thieves and zealots for many ancient and precious books we kept for centuries, which they destroyed or stole when they left. I will constantly recurse any accusation of cowardice, for I know the courage it requires for our brothers to approach and observe hostile immortals. I will never forget the cruel loss of the unique texts and scrolls burnt by Kendall and its followers when they left, and I will never cease to laugh at their stupidity, revealed in the very name, since they chose to call themselves the God of Priwen, a reference to King Arthur's shield, thus defying themselves as the true defenders of the land, when the true scholar perfectly knows that the Book of Taliesin, Prydwen, is only the name of Arthur's boat during his expedition to the mythical territories of Anhuin. What a similar day, indeed. From the Whispers of a Past by Usher Talltree, Primate of St. Paul. Ugh. There we go. Tasty. Ooh, it's candy. Awesome. There it is. Okay. I mean, it could be the alien.
Oh, it's a woodshine.
Woodshine. Well, that's. Yes.
Yeah, so we can do it so
Yeah.
and you're not confused up, so. That one's too sweet, isn't it?
Where am I at? I am here, which isn't too bad. Means I need to go south. Technically, I'm going over there. Yeah, I jumped upstairs. I could have taken the stairs apparently. Yes, which is fine. This is an RPG. Listen, man, I have no qualms against backtracking to grab loot. The God of Boat.
Sailing off to mythical and fantastic lands that may or may not exist. Good luck.
Have fun!
I suppose they could run with a boat.
Aegis is also Greek. Huh. Maybe.
According to the map, this is the best.
Yes. Well, it's blocked, technically. I have no idea. Oh, maybe I'll walk around the car. I've not destroyed this yet, I've not approached it.
Yes, it's
Glorious. Yeah. Because you dropped down there. We came up here on the right because of the truck. Yes. No. My biggest problem with this game is the fact that the camera can get stuck on things. I mean, it's not uncommon for a camera to just get shoved up a RPG protagonist's ass. Full of dead people. As you do. Where's the blackness? Ah yes, the blacksmith, the most important of smiths. No, right. Where are we? What brings me up there? Where does this bring me? Other than over here. Who would have thought? I mean, I wouldn't have found so many interesting things.
This place. Rain may have washed away the blood, but not the memory. My poor Mary.
Hello, boys. About your last message concerning your mission to loot corpses in Southwick. I'll only say it once. Deal with it. And be glad I don't report your protest to Edwin. She might go there herself to cut your balls off. The little bird also told me that you made a few jokes about what I said or what I saw by the pier. So now, I'm just a loony scared by his own shadow, or a nutcase who mumbles and trembles like an old woman about ghost stories. Good. I like it when my boys are happy. Be assured that the nutcase will come to piss on your bloody carcass after the fucking monster I saw sucks your brains out. Enjoy the following nights, fellows. I hear they will be foggy and rainy. Booth. Let's see. Good. Booth believes in the supernatural creatures and events.
This is my watch. Damn grave robbers.
I mean, we knew they took your watch. Your shillings. Yeah. Oh, yes. If I can get back into the pit. Here we go. No. I cannot get back into the pit. During the fire. I think that's a thing. Bless you. Here you go left. No. Can't jump up there. Ah, I see. That's where I can cross it.
It's locked.
The safe house is on the other side of this. Ah, my glasses. I mean, as you do. It's terribly unfortunate that I've killed everyone on the way back. Well, outside of doing that last quest, there's absolutely no reason to come back here at this point. At least to my knowledge, anyways. Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. The only quest that I have there now is to get flowers. Mouse, rat.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
I managed to reach the mass grave in Southwark. It was not pleasant.
Spare me the details, Dr. Reed. All I want to know is what happened to those bastards who owed me money.
I'm afraid those bastards, as you call them, are in the mass grave.
Dead? Shit. That money would have been useful. Well, I'll tell my boys to avoid the place if it's that dangerous.
Yes. Everybody should avoid that place until further notice.
Okay then, Doctor. It looks like you deserve your reward after all. The Wet Boot boys thank you for your help.
As you do.
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you
50
have money,
shillings.
I'll show you all I have.
Let's see. That'll do. Digby should be not too far away.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
You again. What do you want?
I know you believe monsters are real, Booth.
They are. I know, I saw one, but no one believes me.
Tell me what you saw.
It was a few years ago.
Clay Cox was still the boss then. He'd sent me to the shipyard to find out who was stealing tools and ropes at night.
Go on.
First, I thought it was an old lady with a limp. It looked frail and crooked. Then I saw it grab a bloody beam and lift it like it was a stick. I shouted. It looked straight at me.
Do you know what it was?
It was all eyes and long teeth, but I couldn't see its face. I shot at it when it moved towards me and I hit it. And then it jumped and vanished in the shadows.
You could have imagined all that. These docks can be so gloomy at night. With the fog and the wind and the boats creaking.
No, Doctor. That night I saw the fucking sewer dog for real. It's not a beast like the stories say. It's the ghost of an old woman. Bullets can't stop it. But no one believes me.
Are your friends mocking you?
Even Edwina told me once to never speak about it, but I know what I saw. And it wasn't a human. Not human at all.
Alright, fair enough.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Let's see. That's everyone here. That's almost everyone here, because I don't know these two. I have to find them. A number of people here that I still need to find. Fair enough.
In the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
So.
Because the doctor and the priest.
No, because the Western docks are all just proven.
The priest had a graveyard and stuff, but you say to him, he's like, please come back to the
Graveyard's up here.
yeah, please come back to my block, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, stop the movie, but no.
Yes.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them. You still working at this hour? That's what I call dedication.
Tell me, Sabrina, do you really believe Tom has renounced his life of crime?
He proves it to me every day he tells the truth. Tom Watts is a good man. One of the best.
And you don't think he might fall back into his sordid ways?
We can all do terrible things, Dr. Reed. And we never know what we're really capable of until it's too late.
Fair enough.
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the color of their skin.
If that's
I'm
true,
a
you'd be
vampire.
one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London. And here I am.
As you do.
Sabrina, tell me about your true feelings for your boss.
I love Tom. Not ashamed of it. Don't care if the customers joke about it, neither.
Who's mocking you?
I mean, we're always together. People will talk, won't they?
Does Tom love you?
Yeah, but he's always reluctant to take it further. It's not because I'm younger, or because of the colour of my skin. He hates jokes about us.
I mean,
Were you aware of Tom's past incarceration?
That's the first thing he told me when he offered me the job. He didn't want me hearing about his past from anyone else.
Did it surprise you to find out about it?
Not really. I was already aware of his reputation before I met him. That's why I came to the Turtle in the first place.
Most people would have run away because of that.
Not me. I thought a man like him could give me stability, you know? At least to some degree. And I wasn't mistaken.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
I'm up to 3,000 points now. You're gonna be...
Welcome back, Doctor.
Still
What can I
there.
do for you?
Sabrina seems very fond of you, Tom.
I like her too.
I really do. I know I'm her boss, and I'm much older and all. But I like her, for sure.
What is bothering you, then?
Sabrina is an angry one. She wears it like a coat. I'm not sure I can make her shed that anger. It hurts to see her like that.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
Mr. Watts.
Well, let's go talk to Sabrina again.
Good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
You still working at this hour? That's what I call dedication.
No, you need to think for that. Means I need to talk
Goodbye,
to more
Miss
people. We'll
Cavendish.
find the thing. Yes. Piece of candy.
Single for a while. Even Darcy will stop coming in every night.
Peaceful, don't you think?
One. Go talk. What?
It's locked, all right.
Excuse me. Apparently. It's great difficulty. Apparently. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Don't forget to count each bullet you fire.
You told me that already.
Nice shot. You learn quickly. Pointing an empty gun could be a fatal mistake.
It's easier when I picture the bastard's face.
Oh. Yeah, this is storage.
You still working at this hour? That's what I call dedication.
Personal question.
I know you've been learning to use a gun, Sabrina. What are you up to?
I just want to feel safe when I go home at night.
You should learn to relax a little. To be in a permanent state of anxiety can have seriously detrimental effects on your health.
I don't care. Next time some drunk bastard tries to drag me into the yard, he'll be the one bleeding.
Fair enough. So I've exhausted everything with her.
Problem is to solve one.
Welcome back,
him.
Doctor. What can I do for you?
Why are you teaching your waitress how to use a pistol?
Sabrina is a nice girl who's already faced a lot of problems in her life. She does not need another.
Hi.
Goodbye,
Slowly
Mr.
yourself
Watts.
stuck in that hole. So that's everything I can do in here right now. Flowers. I believe, yes. Basically. I think it's only trash cans near him.
There's a bubble one, so I'm reading the
Yeah.
bubble.
Which I think it's one of the ones that doesn't light up. Well, until you have the quest. It's the bridge. No. Nobody saw it, right?
Without the wet boots keeping things straight, these parts would be running completely amok.
You say this. Right, single blow here. Yeah. 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 Poster. Add as a poster.
Times like these, a good drink's just...
I cannot enter.
Poor Jack. He didn't
Perhaps I should
deserve
shut
this.
the turquoise for a time.
Damn it. I think drinking
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely.
Hmm. A simple token of filial love. I can always come back to it as well. No. Hmm?
Foolish girl whenever. Quick principles.
Yes, no, I endeavor not to break things. Somewhere to find Seymour. Here's Seymour. Possibly. There it is. There we go.
This is a slaughterhouse.
For my mother. For my beloved mother, Stella.
From Seymour to my beloved mother, Stella. Fishburne, that sneaky bastard. It's locked, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
So love to gaze at the stars. The fog's been hiding them of late.
Do you want to unlock all this stuff?
I suppose I should. Apparently no.
Some call this the bad part of town. I've lived in worse.
They must be too busy to answer.
As you do. Well, that's that. So that is effectively everything done here. I just need to find the rest of the people in this section of town. Yeah. Oh, he's in the hospital right now still. I have not advanced for the day yet. I can talk to Clay. These two gentlemen are actually in the sewer section. If I remember correctly. I probably don't, however, if I remember correctly. Yeah, which I should be able to know. Yeah.
Oh,
This is no place for you, sir.
So busy just talking to normal people, I forgot this.
There Here's one of them! Watch yourselves! Filthy beast! I'll kill you!
Very good. Let's change that back to steak. These guys are still dead, thankfully. I guess I never killed those guys on the first time through. Yeah. Play.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Mutant Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend.
Well, good. He's otherwise healthy.
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
So much the...
I cannot enter.
Leaving opium out on the street, apparently. They might not be able to do it yet.
It's locked, all right.
This is where I can play, or brought to play. Yeah, I can't do that one yet. I may very well just need to talk to the doctor and then go do that.
It's safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Yes. Well, may as well main do the story.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Whatever, sir, I'd like to loot your office. Rare species of vampire. Damn, the writing's so small. As a scholar and executant of ancestral writings, I would never insist about the importance of taking legends and ancient folklores into the account when searching for hints about hidden or lost secrets. A common mistake is to take what we know for an established truth and use it to discard any contradictory materials. For example, we must consider the possibility of an undiscovered species of vampires and the necessity to rethink what we see as established truth about the various types of immortals, based on what we know and what we gather through time. For how many centuries did we consider that vampire was the vernacular term for what we have learned to call econ? until the day four explorers of the Brotherhood had found proof in Siberia that the Vocalids were a lupine type of vampire. We considered these creatures to be linked with the mythical werewolf. Now we know that is not true. What about the rest? What about the Rakshasa from my homeland? What about the Chinese Jiangxi? Or the Prussian of southern Chile? And without leaving the beautiful Great Britain, what about the stories about a bat-shaped woman sometimes flying about St. James' Church in Lowell? What about the creature only identified as a disaster in some obscure testimonies, which tried to destroy London in 1666 by plague all around the city? What about the Nimrod, the mythical figure of the relentless vampire hunter? Someone described by ancestral British econs as a legendary huntsman who only feeds on his prey's blood, and could go unnoticed among the mortals and immortals. I tell you, my brothers, we never can be too sure of what we could find. If only we could forget for a few minutes what we're supposed to already know. From Unveiling the Night by Usha Tultree, Primate of St. Paul. He's scanning. Warning letter. Pembroke Hospital, 25th of October. Dear Dr. Swansea, I must inform you of my deepest reservations concerning the Dr. Thoreau Strickland and Harvey Fiddick case. Mr. Fiddick has been hospitalized for a severe work injury. He may permanently lose the use of his arm if not treated adequately. Dr. Strickland claims that a surgical procedure may save the man's arm completely. I say it may also sever its function for good if complications arise. Our young colleague is audacious and a daring surgeon who might prove a great professional in a few years. But for now, he lacks the skills to perform such a risky procedure. Need I remind you of the mistakes he made in the past? Since Dr. Strickland refuses to listen to me, I strongly advise you to forbid him to perform such a hazardous experiment. Very respectfully, Dr. Ackroyd. Ah.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
As you?
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall.
Probably have a cup of tea.
Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings, and the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
Since
So
I'm
technically,
the one
no.
working for you, What should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
John will respect his mentality. He's not a slave to the others. This is the difference.
As you do. I would like
Apologize when your feet.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Have you heard any talk of blackmail going on in the hospital?
If you're running some official inquiry, you had better question the patients. They know more than the staff, especially old Miss Jones.
Tell me, Thoreau, what's the real cause of your dislike for Dr. Ackroyd?
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to save Mr. Fiddick. I'm convinced we must use it.
What Dr. Ackroyd really said is that you lack the skill to perform this operation efficiently. Is there anything you have to say about this?
It's a false conceit. Dr. Ackroyd secretly envies your reputation. His jealousy blinds him. I'm not the real target here.
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Surprisingly unprofessional.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard about any blackmail going on in this hospital?
Blackmail? Nonsense.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Have you heard rumors about blackmail in this hospital?
No.
Your medical report says you're not affected by the Spanish flu. What do you think of that, Mortimer?
Does it make me happy? Not in the slightest. If it was up to me, I would have left this place long ago. I know I don't belong here.
And why do you think you don't belong here?
I know the staff have more important things to do than look after me. There's plenty of patients here who need their attention.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful, I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'll let you get some rest, then.
I'm waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed. People here only seem to focus on contagious patients. I worry my poor Mortimer will be neglected.
I mean, that's fair.
Have you heard rumors of blackmail going on in this hospital?
Dr. Reed, are you trying to take advantage of me?
Of course not, Mrs. Goswick. I'm just curious.
Well, go be curious somewhere else, please.
I mean, that makes you a prime suspect, however.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Have you heard talk of any blackmail here at the hospital?
No, nothing.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Right, I need to... Harvey Fiddick is one, right.
Down, my boy.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Yeah, because this will bring me to somewhere where I could feed on him. Details. Dear love, I finally found the missing money for the fee asked by the ambulance driver to bring you to the hospital. Don't worry about nothing now except getting better. For I took care of everything. I asked some of our neighbors, and they told me that this Mr. Hooks is something of an honest cook. He may ask for extra money in exchange for a bed, but the bed is then guaranteed. I'm sorry I refused to pay first, and I realize now the important thing is that you get better. The Pembroke Hospital is a good place, I hope, despite the bad behavior of this Milton Hooks. I promise you that everything is okay now. I'll see you in the clean bed as soon as possible. With fondest love, Nikolai. Poor guy. That was one. Thomas Elwood is the next one. We play again. Her.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard rumors of underhand dealings in the hospital?
If you want to know what's going on here, you better talk to Miss Jones. She knows everything. Especially what she shouldn't.
That's good. I have no idea how one increases their ability to mesmerize. Really? Alright. I never saw it in the upgrade tree.
You can feed on them without killing.
Maybe being enough further you're a gentleman. How long's it going to take to fix me properly? A month? A year? You have the right to disapprove of our methods.
It's a strong maybe, apparently. I mean, I'd be fine with that. Yeah, hello.
The flu took my
Sorry,
dear
mate.
wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfields, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but a rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
So she's doing work as a nurse.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, Your Ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood.
The
questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Ah, so this will be a job where I specifically can't eat the bastard.
Your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Who would be so foolish?
No, we never completed this mission.
Kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
Excuse my impertinence, Your Ladyship. This is not an interrogation. I assure you that this line of questioning is in your best interest.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
Fair enough.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
There's many much a wall there.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
You're the only thing of interest in me.
What? What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr.
You're a
Swansea?
pleasant individual, I say. That one's yours. I thought that was mine for some reason.
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet
Oh,
Jones.
good. You're who I'm looking for.
I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Better than any patient, nurse, or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off, they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
I mean, they're, I don't know. You know, that's new. Royal Garden Hall Theatre. Five Finch presents Doris Fletcher, Sappho. Small bag duck.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them. Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. warm, rich, vibrant blood.
You stepped on yourself, Cat.
Jump out.
Have you heard of any blackmailing going on within these walls?
I have no time for mortal games. My secrets are beyond their comprehension, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Really? Just more and more.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
I know some people.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
How can you be affected by the misery around you, and be so heartless at the same time? Which is the real you, Nurse Hawkins?
I could ask you the same question, Dr. Reed. Are you more real when you lie to a dying patient, or when you grant him useless medication?
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
What can you tell me about the strange man?
Let me guess.
Alright.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
So I do need to get some hooks.
Good evening,
Milton.
Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
There are a lot of secrets round here. I'm not surprised someone tried to make money from them.
What kind of secrets?
I'm not in the gossip business, Dr. Reed. If you want to know more, you better talk to Harriet Jones. She's the oldest patient here.
She's the oldest patient here in more than one way. Oh Lord! Apparently I've unlocked everything for this guy, and just not talked to him again.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realised I could make a fortune.
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see this city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow we may be fighting for food.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right.
We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Milton's shotgun. Does a lot of damage. But I don't think I can upgrade it again. It's also 300 coin. Variant.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
Okay, so you don't get another identity by the looks of it.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
Let's go with the let's tell now. So Lady Ashburn, Beatrice. Selwood, Sean.
This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient
So
slave.
many deaths. And what of my own life?
Yeah. He's on a stimulant.
Damn it! Why is this so difficult every time?
That is better. That is better. I will make it through one more night.
Michael Ankles. Piece of skin.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil.
Good evening, Dr. Timmons.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
I know you're taking drugs, Corcoran. Why take such a risk?
I need it to endure the long shifts. We have no idea how long the epidemic will last. We can't let it win.
I understand the gesture, Doctor. An immediate answer to an emergency situation, but this can't be a long-term solution.
Thank you for your understanding, my dear colleague. And be assured, I have total control of my consumption.
I don't believe that.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
I have no time for such triviality, my dear colleague. We're here to save lives.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
I'm looking here.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Tell me, nurse, did you know Dr. Tippett was addicted to medication?
I suspected his behavior for some time, but never dared to ask him about it. Until the day he confessed to me.
Why would he confess to you about his addiction, Nurse Brannigan?
Don't you know you doctors can't hide anything from a nurse? We're always there, even if you don't notice us.
Do you consider yourselves our confessors, Nurse Brannigan?
I wouldn't dare, Dr. Reed, but I'm intrigued. How did you discover Dr. Tippett's secret?
What can I say? I seem to have a knack for discovering secrets.
And for hiding them as well.
Do you approve of his addiction?
Of course I don't approve. But I understand he needs it to fight the exhaustion. Let's hope he'll stop injecting himself once the epidemic is over.
And what if he doesn't?
Then we'll have to convince him to stop. I believe he's still in control of his addiction for now, but we must remain vigilant.
That's that. That's that.
Have you seen a
She's
strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Yeah, done with. Beatrice. We haven't talked to him in a while, for sure.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Have you heard of someone blackmailing people in the hospital?
Pardon me, sir, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
There we go, now he's selling...
It never ceases to amaze me how you, the dead, seem peaceful and
Yeah. What's going on this side? The wood. Yeah. So I'm looking for which nurse. Spoke to her. Timothy Crane.
Treating people not in a hospital. Not a hospital.
She shouldn't be yet.
Considering she's 262.
Oh, that's Seymour. She's 44 meters below me? What?
Oh, she comes up.
Yeah. So that's why I can't find her. Left bumper attack. You said? Okay.
We've dodged death so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I ought to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
You know for well I can't
I
read.
don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
That should open up that, which means I can do the other quest as well. Some citizens may have quests for you if you talk to them. They'll always reward you for help.
He's screaming.
Yes. He's not well.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Click, 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 click. It's down there now. Okay. Just a bit of clean. Yeah. So I'm looking for something. Ban of the Dragon. Concerning the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, I would advise that our members to be very wary about these so-called scholars. Yes, indeed, most of them are always affable and respectful whenever they approach us, but it would be quite unwise for a discreet circle like the Acton Club to foolishly speak about our goals, our members, or our traditions. I would like to remind our fellow members that the Brotherhood itself is ancient enough to have some mysterious traditions. One of them, according to some of the informants, could be the ritual of the so-called Ban of the Dragon. It seems that in certain conditions, when the brothers of St. Paul find violent or bloodthirsty a mortal, they call upon this ban. What is it exactly? I don't know. Does it really exist? I don't know. I don't know for sure either. But what I've established as facts is that whether a hostile or vindictive vampire has threatened London, it has disappeared without a trace after the Brotherhood pronounced a ban upon it. The loyal Fergal Bansha himself has never been foolish enough to openly provoke the Brotherhood. This is a lesson we must all remember. Never be considered a dragon by the Brotherhood. From the Ancient Ascian by Lord Redgrave, the founder. Interesting. Regeneration serum, which is always nice to have. Coveting. Regotin. This is an arena fight. Yes.
What sort of creature is this?
sir. I like my head. Thank you, sir. My pants! I couldn't dodge out of the way fast enough. Excuse me, sir. Nope, that's unfortunate. Let's try that one again. I was doing well until I got grabbed the first time.
Mid-health and started having even further to dodge stuff.
Yep. Now let's see.
What sort of creature is this?
There. And unfortunately, I'm starting at disadvantage because I start with next to no blood. Out of stamina. And
Embraced.
hugged to death, if you will. Yeah.
Some blood and come back. Where's some blood?
Yes. Ow. No, stop that. I was out of the way, so. Yes. That's what I think.
What sort of creature is this?
I was so far away. Yeah, no. That hitbox is a little bit screwy. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Wait a minute. Really? I have not. Yes, I have. There we go.
Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check.
No screens voucher. If you are sick, if you have no money, whoever you are, wherever you're from, come see Dorothy to get help. No tricks, no charges, no questions asked. Just find Darius Petrescu's house and present this coupon. And again in Latin or Romanian?
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Yeah. Only took me, what, 4 tries? It isn't the same. Careful, the endangered citizen might not survive the next night. Go check on him. Just when you come back in, apparently, because I thought that was just a gate, not a path out. Thanks.
Can't breathe! I can't breathe! I don't want to die here! I want to see the sky! Feel the fresh air! Can't breathe! I can't breathe!
Of course.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here! I need to get out!
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay, I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
You rescued a citizen. He will return to his district the following night. Oh, I'm down here. Alright. And that'll send me up into the docks by the looks. I mean, I have a pretty good idea now. Yeah.
See how it likes a bit of fun.
Tempted to call it a night, however. It wants me to go down there. As long as I don't sidetrack too much. There. I mean, I can take him out, he's just a pain in the ass to
human? Kill it! Kill my fucking thing! He's mine! I'll take it!
Yeah, it wouldn't let me dodge after the animation of slashing the guy.
Which is why I was like, yeah, we could go around him.
True. True. Which fortunately, dying doesn't seem to pass the night. Yeah.
So we could just go past them, talk to her, forget about it, and he's back there.
Yeah. It's Fortnite tonight. You just don't want to deal with the screaming, do you? Yeah, there's nothing in this house. He's candy.
Better go home, sir. Hey! I'm talking to you!
Yeah.
Not a good place for a stroll. Oi! Didn't you hear me? There's safer places to be than here. Go back home, idiot!
I mean, I would say.
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye. The guards recruit more and more every year.
When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. I'd step back, sir. Don't come any closer.
Okay, you aren't too bad. Suddenly, fourth guy. I didn't vote for you.
It's too fucking fast!
I'd love to dodge out of the way. So that wasn't nice. There we go. I'm in trouble. At least the fight with him was just annoying. I think you only ever face Roger once.
Isn't it?
I cannot enter. It's locked, all right.
Looks like I opened the other gate just for this.
When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. This is my first patrol.
This one's a top!
Ooh, piece of candy. Where'd the other ones die? I think that was everyone down here.
Excuse me, me? Whoa. About that.
Let's see. You. I've been splattered.
Oh, good, go home.
I mean, it's a thing that happens. Oh. I mean, possibly.
I'd step back, sir. A leech!
Yeah. Dog doesn't show up until I've beaten everyone, apparently.
Shit.
Yeah. Since when do you guys swing 4 times? As I fall eternally down the stairs. Yes. No.
This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Alright. I'll take it. Since I'm here anyways, I'm going to take a quick second and pause. We will return shortly. We return with gubbin and tea. No. Well, somebody's dead.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
Friendly chat.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Shut off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
I may.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Oh. Yeah.
Someday you'll understand. You wasted
I won't end up.
life away.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
You have fatigue, however.
Goodbye, young man.
Which was what I was trying to check.
Not me.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
You have a migraine.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy he just frayed me last nerve.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
Yes. Sounds like shell shock. I've seen a few cases like yours. This is nothing you should be ashamed of, Benjamin. And it's perfectly natural in your situation.
I'm not ashamed. I just need my pills. Peace and quiet, that's all.
Benjamin is a war veteran. He needs medication since he came back from the front.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
I mean, as you.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
Really?
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
When your gun interrupted me grabbing thing. Another ring. That's 2 rings from here. You scan. Rusty box of pills. Alright, so this is where I'm going then.
It's locked.
Sham. My face. Don't dead open inside. Yeah. Small ring, cigarette case. A lot of rings over here. I mean, this isn't a major location, so. Cigarette case. Now what did I need? I needed migraine and fatigue. Cold, bronchitis, pneumonia, sepsis. I don't have the one for migraine yet. So I can treat the boy, but I can't sleep until I treat the gentleman. that going to be there? Fine with that, actually. Yeah. I do regenerate over time. Blood addiction. Vampires drink blood. This may be their most specific trait, the sinister peculiarity of their condition. If I may say so. But for me, this is not the most important characteristic of their diet. What has always fascinated me, since I started to study them, is the imperative need for blood that they seem to endure. They want it more than anything, and this desire can drive them to expose themselves. And when they drink it, they seem to feel some sort of short trance, an ecstatic epiphany. Ecstatic epiphany. Said to me once, as a Volkod I interviewed in Moscow. I'm convinced that this is an essential element to understand the nature and the condition of the vampires. They don't drink blood because it sustains them, but it offers them ecstasy. Vampires are addicted to blood, all of them. It is part of their nature, and those among the immortals who refuse to submit to their appetite by the strength of their will are only never freed from this addiction. From Unveiling the Night by Usher Talltree, Primate of St. Paul. Come here. No. That goes outside. That doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, this is one of the
Yeah.
I cannot enter.
So I'm going to have to go around again. As you do.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
That's done. And I can't do anything else with you.
I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
long as you have the money.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually...
Is it horse medication?
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
No, that's... Are you alright? Yeah, fine. Not so much.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
And he would be a landlord, if I remember correctly. I believe he was the only person I ate during my first playthrough.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
Oh, I mean, you only accuse people of things
I'd
you're
like
going
to,
to
see
do
what kind
yourself.
of medicine you're selling.
Let's see. With medicine printed in Latin. I mean, it'll be worth it just to see what she has. Yeah. Oh, rats. This area looks like it's recently been shelled, unfortunately. We have a migraine permanently. Sick and tired of being sick and tired, I think. Glorious. Rats. So I've been around that now. Been around here. That's locked off, which leads to West End. Yeah. That'll be this gate right here. So if I go straight across, technically. Ooh, piece of candy. That leads into there, which that's part of the store. Tired dead or dead tired? This is the front way of that house.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Oh.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm Harry, by the way.
Hello, Harry. I don't remember who your father is.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Yes, you do.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of
Oh, he has fatigue as well.
which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
Not fair to the Constitution, often sick. Harry does not want to live in Whitechapel in the first place.
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. But I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
No.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
As you do. The dead can't hurt you anymore. The
Do you
living,
know
on the
Nurse
other hand.
Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Very shiny energy you
Even
have,
my
my friend.
dreams are soaked with gloom.
So dark over here. Oh, there's a stairwell.
It's locked, all right.
Dear Mr. Pearson, it is my duty to inform you of our refusal to accept your application to this job at the dockyard. I must thank you for the time spent at our office explaining the difficulty of your situation with your ill boy and the loss of your beloved wife. But it is also my duty to point out the policy of our company, which expressly reproves the employment of former criminals or convicts. Your unfortunate connections with the ill-famed Wet Boot Boys have been duly noted. These are hard times, sir, and Finch and Harper intend to reward the first candidates who pass the small inquiry we like to conduct about our future employees. You may have my deepest sympathy, and may God bless you, and may God be with you and your family. Sincerely, R.D. Harper. Ooh. Okay, that's just... If you ever suspected someone is to be a vampire, don't try to kill them yourself. You have no chance. Instead, contact me or try to inform a professional vampire killer. These men and women are rare, but know what to do against these evil creatures. It even seems that some of them are working together under the name of the God of Priwen, a paramilitary organization dedicated to the eradication of the vampires in London. They are your friends. You are not alone. Solutions exist. Be smart and spread the word. Clarence Crossley. For more information, please contact me directly. There's that. their only pain and suffering out of this world as they take 5 shillings. I mean, 2 shillings will get you a loaf of bread. Lots of pills.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
We're leaving.
We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I prefer not to give you another beating, Barrett.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Alright. Let's see. You're perfectly sound of mind.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit you.
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad choices, but I'm a wet boot boy now. People won't forget it.
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life in another town.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor. My son's weak, and there's no way he'll endure another disappointment.
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Yeah, so he's a brute.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
How is business around here?
Business? I had no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby.
I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Right.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain
such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Which is perfectly fine.
Show me what you have.
2 tiny good handle pots, which I do need. And I'm out of money.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
You've moved some distance.
You again?
Ooh, you won't restolen. Personal... No, life in London.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
You survive at any cost, even at the expense of others. Perhaps that's just the law of nature.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Oh.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
I think it's much easier to find than Peterson, because he stays here.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile, not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
But despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never wanted to come to Whitechapel in the first place. Hates this place more than most of us.
Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I've known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
It's never easy to find a new path in life, especially after the loss of a loved one. But crime is certainly not the best option.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
Right, he hasn't known another way.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against a wet boot boy.
Let's see. I'm gonna make a thing for fatigue for him.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
I believe that is just up here. Whoop. Into the hole. Now, that was just fatigue for you. You have a migraine and an underlying illness, and you can find the rest of the people. Treatment for fatigue. It's better to make it as I need it. Right, I can pull apart a bunch of things. I should do that. I mean, she probably does. I'm surprised she hasn't been on unholy terror about it yet. Let's see. That's what I currently have. The sword has been good to me. Oh, I have no good handle parts. I could have swore I just bought one. I'd probably go with enhanced handling. Oh, wait. So I have that, and that. Oh yeah, no, because it went from 2.5 to that. Yeah.
You have tiny handle for it, so you don't have normal handle for it.
True. Damage, decrease reload time. Reload time is a pain. That would be nice, actually. And that needs good trigger parts, which I haven't found yet. Yeah, because I'm using it for stun anyways. So that'll be a 10 shock. There. Whiskey knife. There we go. Right. Other thing. I have the potion for fatigue. I haven't. Only good for glass vials. Got it. Solacin, Itamin, Opium. Spring bottles. That's a lot of lead. Gin, cigarette cases. That'll do. So go talk to Harry, and then start looking for the rest of the people. I need to find Chicky Boo, who gives away flowers, so I can go do the southward. This way? No, it's the other. Right? So there's. Clifton Springs.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure.
A little bit moist out.
Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired. I don't know if it's the epidemic, but everything seems so hard.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure melancholia.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this. But I thank you for your concern, sir.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Some bullshit.
Alright, that was the door.
Sorry, I thought your face was the door.
You again? What do you want this time?
Making sure that I don't have anything else to ask you.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Pardon me.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, I have.
Let's see. That's just north of here.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
So that's the chapel. Quickling guard, quickling guard, quickling. There we go. Excuse me? I'm not entirely sure what that is. However, I'm going to have to go through these guys in order to get to the questing area.
There's a woman walking over there.
Yeah.
She's only wearing on what? Just on one.
Yeah. However, trinkets and more is in here.
Yeah, but
It is literally right behind these guys. That's right. Alright, so it's him that does that. Yeah.
oh, it's from a gun.
Oh yeah.
Like an acid spray.
Yeah, because I healed twice throughout that.
Yeah, it's an acid spray.
As much of a pain in the ass as the gunner is, the other guy's a bigger threat. Yes, I'm not going out. Excuse me. Yeah, it just straight up kills me. I can't do anything about it. Yeah. I'd have to shoot the other living tar. And I currently have shotgun off main. So, let's fix the shotgun issue. Yes. I'd like to... I was not. Yeah, no, just straight up kills you. There's nothing you can do about that. I wasn't even in the hitbox for that, good lord. Well, apparently I was, however, I wasn't in the animation. Okay. So have the stakeout to start. So walk a little more slowly. Yeah, he's just gassing that spot. I'd like... Right. I refuse. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was a hook.
There we go. Yep. Fuck the all of y'all.
You know what? Supposed to be there.
Okay. I would have to go. I do have to go in there. Yes. There we go. Yeah. I think I want none of you. There's a 10 there and there's a 12 over there. Used hatchet. That. Ideally. Considering I might be able to pull the 10 out front. Very shiny bush. Slightly unfortunate. There we go. Yeah, so he is. Let's see anything else inside.
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost. Huh. There's a letter inside.
Let's see. Okay, so I need to read that. But there's no easy way to say it, so I'm going to be blunt. We can't keep going on like this. At least I can't keep going on like this. If Joe ever finds out about us, about his wife and his best friend, it will crush him, and then he will kill you. We had some good times together, but let's face it, I'm never going to be your Jane Lewis. You know it, and I know it too, so I'm ending this, right here and right now. If you agree with my decision, I'm sure we'll find a way to be happy again. You, Joe, and me in time. Then the most important part of our story will have been preserved. Until that day, I wish you'd forgive me. Goodbye for now, Jane Pedersen.
A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife, addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
No.
Yeah. And it won't let me lock onto him unless I'm on the same plane as him. Yeah, no. However, considering I'm not drinking blood, I'm doing fairly well for XP. Whoops. Mind that backswing. It's a killer. And I think I should. Yeah, because that's kicked me completely out. Let's see. Easy way to find out. Yes.
Give it to the guy or to Joe, and Joe will do something.
Probably kill him. Well, let's go do the enigmatic formula first. Whoop. Let's see. Oh? Oh no. Needs to be analyzed.
So you need to do that at the hospital and you need to test as well as the blood samples, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's thick. You have to dig into the stuff. I told you to do it. You didn't see close.
I mean, you can make just about everything else at the safe houses, so.
Yeah, but your study table and all your stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's finish Whitechapel and then do that. Or at least find all the people in Whitechapel.
Would you like me to revive you? Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick, though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
There's your.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed. Or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Fair enough. She has fatigue, which is fine.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
Alright.
Goodbye.
I'll tell you what.
Take
I'll
care
go to it and talk to a few more people and come back and find it. Is this where I think it is? Oh good. It is. Ooh, piece of candy. So.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel.
I know the name Clayton Darby.
Perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
If no one stops it, this epidemic could turn into a scourge. It may kill more people than the war itself.
Yes, this is another kind of war, but just as deadly. History will judge us all for what we did and what we did not.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
Also has fatigue, so that's 2 more fatigues.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
That's good.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Take care, you bastard. Oh! There's absolutely no reason to be up here. Other than landing on Darby, of course. No, I don't know.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
No.
I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly.
Surprisingly, she's fine.
I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Very well. Goodbye then.
Voucher for free medical check.
Hello again, miss. Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well. Goodbye then.
Let's see. Look at this. Immediately. Alright, and that brings me all the way to the graveyard.
Oh, good. Good. Let's see, Derby's kind of what he did. He's just standing there all waiting again.
He's just standing there, menacingly. And he knows it. Quarantine, keep out of the sick. It's the bloody church!
Yeah.
Mm.
It's in the dirt.
Would you like me to?
Go back up, running down, press score.
Like a secret or a thought I must reveal.
Would you like me?
Hello, Reverend. Hello, Doomsayer.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Doctor, not fine.
No, they're one and the same right now, don't you know?
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Oh.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I send him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fibre.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane
I have a
more
list of
than
issues with
other
that statement.
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
Thank you, old world. Carrying on.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
There's one there. That's it. Oh, didn't dodge fast enough. There we go. I mean, this would explain why Bloody Boy sits there and goes, "There's a crisis going on."
Seeing them?
Can't go through there.
He doesn't hear them screaming.
Hello, boy.
Morbidity can breathe its own beauty and grace. Whitechapel is not just disease, desertion, and despair.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
Let's see.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk.
About 3 feet away from Skull.
Night walks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
Fair enough.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in the city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Fair enough.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear Doctor.
Smart ass.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wife of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
Let's see. Do.
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious Camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
So, looking at time, we've gone a little bit over long compared to what I usually do. So I am going to hunt down the nearest save point. Yeah, that's not a save point, unfortunately. However, there should be one just over here. Yes. Right up here somewhere. Yeah. There we go. Yes.
It's just the two. I'm up to 4.
Fatigue. Which I mean, I can both make them and administer them right now and then end. There's that. However, for now, let us find somebody to raid. As always, thank you folks for stopping by, spending time here, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. We might be playing more Vampire tomorrow at this point in time. Let's go for something completely different. How about back into Minecraft? Have a wonderful day, and bye-bye!